Good morning. Is the audio working? Can you hear me okay? Let's not go live and then have no audio as normal. So we'll just try the mic beforehand. Brilliant. Thank you very much, peoples. Okay. So I thought I'd take the opportunity while we had some spare time. What I actually was going to do was do a complete rebuild of a 3D XL, but I can't find the top screen, so I'm assuming I've used it on something else. So what I thought I'd do is that I would rebuild my one, and I'm going to shut this screen down here because I can't deal with that delay, and just come in with the camera, which is not as good as I wanted it to be, so I do apologise to everyone. But one of the common failing points on these consoles, I'm going to go out of focus because it's all manual, on the rear hinge, can we see that? Yeah, let's go in a bit closer, is, what's going on there then? Doesn't like that, does it? Come out a bit. Come on, you can do this. Why is that so dark? It should not be that dark. The rear on this, I'm going to have to zoom out again, aren't I? We've hello Andy, welcome to Chaos. Oh, I know why. It's me, because I just shut the light shutter on it. Do forgive me. Well, let's try go back in again. Okay, so we're going to zoom in, go wildly out of focus, then adjust the right bit, and that is a common fail point on all the 3DS XLs, and it's something you want to look at closely as well when you're looking at auctions, because they'll often take photographs from every angle except this back bit. Good morning Andy, good morning JFix, good morning Josh, good morning Chris and BrizTech. So I thought, as I have a spare panel here anyway and it needs to be done, and we'll zoom back out again. Meow. Because I've changed from the SLR from now, because, well, this one is not very good either. It's better than my SLR was doing as a top cam. So we're going to replace that with a new hinge panel from Aliexpress, and we'll just go through what needs to go where, which bits you need to tweak, and yeah, and it gets me on here and doing something, because it's been a while, as always, since my last broadcast. Hello Falcon, hello Carthor, how you doing? How's everyone? Yeah, so it's weird again to be on the back foot without the audio, in the silent world, doing all the talking bit again and trying to read things. So I hope that I get my scenes and stuff in the right place, but I can't guarantee it. So I'm going to take stylus out, and if you have any questions, obviously feel free to, or you need to tell me to get in focus or whatever, and I apologise for the poor picture, it's not that good, is it? So we're going to take the back panel off, make sure there's no SD card in it first, which there isn't, which there is. There you go. So we'll take the SD card out, and we'll take the back panel off. As I say, at any point, if you can't see anything, I am watching the chat, so just let me know. And take the panel off by levering it across, making sure that it's off here. Lift it up at the edges and lift it up here. Stop sounding so stressed. There you go. Back panel off. So it's just the two screws, and then sort of lever it up. Take the battery out, And I'm going to go slow, there's no point in rushing. Hello Pico, how you doing? And then we need to remove these two rubber bungs here, which I normally do with a pin just to make it easier. And this is where I completely fell. Now when I put this together, I thought it was going to stay together forever, and I either didn't notice that the hinge was broken, or it's become broken while it's been sat. But when I was going through cataloguing my consoles, as you've all seen before, I noticed it then. I thought I'd better get round to it at some point. I'll try and smile instead of looking stressed. Hello, hi. Right, so you've got the two screws that were underneath the rubber bungs. Can you see enough? I think you can, yeah, just about. And of course my wife is patiently over on the sofa keeping quiet for me. And then there's a screw at the front underneath the games card slot, which is a really small one. And then there's, I think it's 4 others. You've got one here, 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 and here. Yeah. Thank you, Pico. I was asked the other day if I did streaming, and I said, yeah, I do very occasionally. And then I looked at the timestamps and thought, nearly can't really call that streaming. So I thought I'd better put some kind of content out and work on something different. It was either this or the new 3DS XL that Josh sent me most of the parts for, and I got another motherboard for. But it's been a while since I put one of those together, and I wasn't quite prepared to put myself through that level of stress yet, which is why we're doing this, because while it's been a while with one of these, I am a little bit familiar. I can remember some of it. So when you lift the case up, be careful, because obviously you've got the ribbon cables for the rear shoulder buttons, so you want to lift those off and just take it away. And then we're going to take the infrared port off, little circuit board, take the Wi-Fi chip off and disconnect the aerial, being careful not to take the end off of it, one of those. And the microphone will be next, but again I just use a pin to take it out at the hole. So that's the microphone there, which you probably can't see. Let's do that zoom in and get all blurry again thing. This way in, and there you go. This isn't the microscope, this is actually supposed to be the overhead cam, but I've been quite disappointed with it. So this little thing here, that's your microphone, might as well go around it. This is your bottom screen data cable and the bottom screen backlight cable. Joystick, obviously. Here we have the, this is from the 3D effects slider, top speakers, and also does the backlight for the top screen. So we'll just take that off, get that out of the way so you can see. And then underneath, hello, come on, out. Underneath this one is the camera cable. Oh, hello MK, how you doing? Let chaos commence. So yes, that's up, is it? Yes. And we'll just gently lever that out the way. And then over here, this is the digitizer cable. And we'll just flip that up at the back, hopefully you can see that, and take the digitizer cable out, and then we'll put the ribbon back down again. And the joystick we'll have to take off before we can undo that. Oh, this is your volume slider, obviously, just here, which we'll also take off in a minute. So we'll take the joystick off, bring it over to the middle of the screen, great. Just got done with the dual stage edge controller. Excellent. Hey, brilliant. Take the joystick out, which you do just by levering up because it locates into a slot in here. And on the joystick on the 3DS XL, there is only one slide washer, this one, which I lift off just so you can see it. Whereas on the small 3D S, you've got a little black one and a little white one that goes first, and then the black one goes second. But we'll take that out of the way just so I don't lose it. And then disconnect the joystick again by lifting up the tab at the back, just taking it out and then putting the tab back down again so we don't lose it. And then we need to take the backlight cable off. Shaky hands, because for some reason I'm nervous, which just doesn't have to happen, and I say it every time. And then we'll take the plastic bit out here, and these plastic bits are just, well, yeah, as you can say, they're easy to lose. They're just the bits that provide the support for the shoulder. Nobody puts them on the shoulder, Chaz. What are you doing? For the carrying strap. And then there's another one over on the other side, which we'll just struggle with, because why not? And that just comes out like this. Put that down there, and every time, guarantee I'll put one of these together and I'll forget to put those in, and then have to take it all apart again to do it. Bottom screen data cable, just by flipping up. So I always do it generally with my fingernails, but if my fingernails are shot, then you use a spudger, but be really careful, as MK knows, because if you don't lift them up carefully, you can break them. And then just slide this out, same as on the switches and on the DS lights and quite a variety of other things. So that's the digitizer out. Yes, good. Joystick out. Down here, this is the volume slider, and we'll just lift that up out of place. And so we're going to leave that attached, and as you can see, it just goes here. Another one of these where you lift the back of the laptop and take it out. There's no need to take it off because we're just taking the board out of the way. And then I'm going to open the case up, just to make sure that when I lift the board up and over in a minute when I've taken the screws off, and we will zoom back out again, that I've got the maximum cable. Again, sorry about the focus and everything. I'd pinned my hopes on this camera and it appears that it was just too cheap. I hope you can see that all and see the details there. Yeah, absolutely, MK, yeah. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 screws over here, 2 screws at the back, which you can just about see in shot there, and then another 4 screws over here. And obviously they've got more screws there because you've got the buttons on this side, so it's supporting the PCB, and then over here you've got the D-pad, so again it's supporting the PCB, and the 2 screws at the bottom, because you've got your start, select and home buttons here as well, just to stop the thing from flexing. Hello Joseph, anyone else? No? Okay. And I realise I'm grimacing a lot again, don't mean to. Hope the picture's okay. If you can't see the picture, if it's out of focus, let me know, because obviously I've not got the best view of it from here. If I go to projector mode, will that help me? I wonder. Not really. It's a pretty rubbish picture. At least for me, it's a pretty rubbish picture. I don't know if it's still a rubbish picture for you as well. And then we've got the screw down the bottom. And these are small screws. 4 screws here. Slow down, Chaz. Just take your time. Hello, Chill. How you doing, Nick? Hope you're okay. Yeah, it could have been me putting the RAM back on the Switch light board, but I haven't got the guts up for that yet. I keep putting the RAM chips on there and thinking, no, it's not in the right place, and if I do it wrong, I'm going to have to reball it all. And quite frankly, that was a pain in the backside, but I really do have to just bite the bullet and get on with it. Rusty Russ repairs. Rusty Russ is the best. Let's try doing that to the camera again this time. Rusty Russ is the best. MK Fix is the best. Anyone else? So we've got 4, 8, 10 screws which we've removed, and then we're just going to get all this out of the way a minute so we can lift the board up, turn it over, and then obviously this is your top screen data cable over here. And that leaves us with the bottom screen. We're just going to put the board out of the way because we don't need that for now. And then you've got your Wi-Fi cable along the bottom, and as you can see here, I'm going to take those off because they won't stick again. I normally tape this in place because I get annoyed with the cable lifting out every time I do anything, and I've just used caps and tape for this. So I'll just take those out of the way, and this one here, and it's now stuck to my fingers. Okay, and then we'll take the buttons out. We're going to have to take everything off of the hinge panel eventually, so we'll just strip it now before I go on to detach the top panel, so that hopefully I don't lose too much. So buttons out. So how's everyone's day been so far? Everyone alright? What'd you have for breakfast? What's your favourite breakfast? Some of it I suppose would be dinner, wouldn't it? Because you're not all on the same time zone as me. Well, we're in focus enough. And then obviously we need to lift the screen out, so I'm just going to do that by pressing gently from behind, and put that to one side. Then we need to take the start, select and the home buttons out, and there is a little, you can actually see it on here, we're zoomed in enough. The little catches, so you're just pressing gently from the side, like so. He says, as though it's easy, pressing gently from the side, pressing gently from the other side, and then at the back. And just get your head out of the way, Chaz. Press the clips down. And that removes the button. And you'll see what I mean if I swap to scope. Quick transition to darkness, because we don't have the scope up. There we go. And put that on. I see. Where is everything? There you go. So let's get that in focus. And you can just about see, you can't really, can you? Let's take that off and bring the brightness up a bit. Let's not flood the brightness. And no, not the saturation, that's the wrong one, Chaz. Brightness is all, okay, you can just about see it. It's got two hook clips either side. So you just need to bring them in to release them from the casing. There you go, there's a better shot. And then press the button through, and that's the same for all three of the buttons. Over to overhead cam again, which will have the microscope in the way. Let's get that back out. Okay, and then we'll come back over here so I can see what's going on and take the rest of the buttons out. So that's the home button out, and then I'd love to say that I really know what they are off by heart when they're the other way around, but I don't. And the start button. So that's those three buttons out. Couldn't see that because it was just off screen, wasn't it? Hey Ozzy, how you doing? Woke up late, I was supposed to be at work already, so morning's going great. And then we're going to take the little plastic piece off here that's the reinforcer for the wires and the volume slider to sit in, because obviously all this is going to be transferred over to the other one, to the new panel. And then we're just going to sit here and fiddle for a while, looking at, you know, that sort of thing. Ah, yes, and also the on and off button, which I nearly forgot to take out, but just fell out on me just now. Okay. Oh, my throat's blocked for some reason. Yeah, so it's just this little bit of plastic basically. So the wires come across a clip that would be here, and then obviously you've got the one screw here, and then the volume control sits on this side of it. And then we need to take the joystick button out. So we do that. There's a split washer on the back of it, and yeah, just press it through for now apparently, but I did mean to take that out through the back, not the front. And that's the rubber off of it, which I also didn't mean to do that way around. There you go, never mind. Let's try that again. So you press the little V into the hole and then just rotate it slightly, and that takes that out. And then I'll take that washer off so I don't get confused when I'm putting it back together again. Put that out of the way. And then over here at the front, which you can just about see, I think, there are the indicator lights for the power and the charge, and we're just going to press the little plastic bits through like that, and they have teeny, to be really careful, otherwise you lose these. You can just about see those on that. I think I'm not going to bother with the microscope for that because you can see them, but yeah. Oh no, Chris. Yeah, yeah. As I say, it's not so much the cost, because they cost next to nothing, but but waiting for them to come through again, pain in the backside. Yeah. So this slider comes out easily. That's the volume slider. Once you've removed that plastic bit. Okay, we're going to slip back over here to where the charge and power light are, and I made a mistake on the first one of these. I started taking apart because I didn't realise that you were supposed to take these out, because if you don't take them out, you don't get them with the new panels. And put that to one side. And again, over here, this is the Wi-Fi light. So I'm going to press the plastic bit through, and then you can see it's all come out there, the little plastic carrier and the plastic light tube, and put those to one side. Yeah, the previous owner put Pokemon all over it. I couldn't bring myself to remove them. What can I say? I'm sad. Can I use that to get any more in focus? No, not really. It is horrible. Yep, okay, back to the panel again. So we've taken the carriers out and the light tubes out. We've taken the home, start and select buttons out. We've taken the D-pad and the buttons and the joystick out. Now we need to take this plastic carrier here out for the hinge And I've got to think about this. Do I do this now or in a minute? I think I'll do this now. I'm not entirely sure. We'll find out in a minute. It could, no. Okay, I'm with myself now. Right, first of all, we have to now undo the top panel, because on the 3DS XL, this, let me start again. On the 3DS, you can go the other side, press the light tube out, and you can bring the light tube and this black plastic bit out at the same time, because it doesn't have anything to do with the hinge mechanism. On the 3DS XL, the hinge barrel locates in this. So first of all, what we've got to do is we've got to take this back panel off, because the back panel keeps the hinge barrel in place and you can't press it out of the way without doing that. So we have to take the plastic bits off here, obviously the screw covers. Just say screw covers, Chaz. We have to take the screw covers off. The plastic buffers here don't need to be taken out, they are just that, there's no hidden screws. So we're going to carefully maneuver these little plastic bits and put them somewhere where I can lose them, because you can guarantee no matter where you put them, when you go back to find them, no plastic screw covers. Incidentally, they are all orderable off of Ali now. Luckily, just about everything now is. And then we'll take the one off this side. Can you see that? Yeah, okay, don't need to anyway. Same thing, repeat it 4 times. Hey Sloth, how you doing? Nice to see you. What's it like looking at the back of my head with a bald spot? Could just ask the missus, really. Okay, so that's those 4 out. Put the pin back before I lose it. And then we're going to take the screws out, which is just... Oh, okay, we've got the full bit left on that part. Never mind. We'll just undo the screw through it. Okay. So that's the full backing off the rubber part to hide the screw. And then the screws. Obviously, I'm not going to go too much into depth about screw lengths and stuff, because all of that is on iFixit. Most of, taking this apart, if you need to take one of these apart and to get an idea of what you're doing, then iFixit has everything. I'm just giving you little hints and things as to what you have to do when you're putting a new panel on, and little tweaks and things, and what to remember and what not to be too bothered about. Okay, Sloth, no problem. So we've taken the screws out. No, we haven't. We've taken most of the screws out. I'll just take the last screw out down there. Put that out of the way. And then we can turn it over, and you just want to just put it down and press forward from the back up the top there. I'll get myself one of those spudger thingies, and then insert there. Make sure you are all the way forward. Come on, you can do this, chap. And then it should just lift up from the front like so. Hey presto. This so we don't need to worry about taking any of this off the screen, but obviously we will have to break what's the new words, we do have to take the ribbon cables through the hinge panel in a minute. And now you can see there's nothing holding the hinge barrel down here in place, because there's a slot on the cover that comes down there and stops that from moving otherwise. So we're going to open it all the way up, put that out of the way a minute, and then just back one click, put the bits that are falling off out of the way, and then hopefully we're going to put something down in here, and you can, that bit of silver there, that's the back of the barrel. So what we're going to do is, or not do, is put tweezers between the barrel and then just ease it out, and then the black piece will come out, the plastic carrier, and with a little bit of pressure that way, just to take the last bit of the hinge out of the way, because it does protrude slightly still. So you're not doing something wrong, it does protrude slightly still, and you do have to exert a little bit of pressure to get it out. And then we can take the plastic light tube out, like so. And now it's the nasty bit. Well, I say a nasty bit. Just taking the ribbon cables out without damaging anything. Okay, now I'm hoping that the metal sleeve has released, because what you don't want the metal sleeve remaining in here, because otherwise they won't separate properly and you damage the ribbon cables trying to get it off of the hinge panel. But luckily on this one, and we'll just do that, slide up, and we've got your cables left here. So, and thankfully I don't have to do any of the roly, take them through here and bring them out bit, which I know makes everyone panic. And we can put that to one side, and then we also need to take off of here. There's a small, you can only just see it really, a small sponge piece here, which is just to protect the ribbon cable when it comes over, and we're going to re-stick that in the other one. Might need some more sticky because it's not very sticky at all. I have a feeling that I might actually have replaced the hinge panel on this and it's broken since, but never mind. So I think that's it, and now we need to take the Wi-Fi slider out, which you can't see in shot because I don't have it there. I'm just going to have a quick drink. I'm slurring my words. Yeah, 8-bit, like I said, to start with, really did stress the heck out of me doing it, and then after you've done a few, not too bad. Now this bit, because it's quite a tight fit, I actually prefer to wreck the plastic around it, removing the slider, than risk damaging the slider. So I am just going to cut it out of the way, or bend it, and then the slider will come pinging out, go across the room, and I'll lose it forever. I mean, I can retrieve it. Like so. And then there's your Wi-Fi slider. And if you notice, the Wi-Fi slider has got the pointy arrows on it, whereas the volume slider has just got lines going down on it. So that's how you tell the difference between the two. And we can put that out of the way. Throw that away. And I think that is that panel stripped. It is, yes. So that's your old one gone. We now need to start doing the new one. So one new panel. Ta-da! Now the first thing that you need to take note of on these, why is the light so poor? If I can help, there you go. Let's use the light off the microscope as long as it doesn't get in the way. This slot here is for the plastic light tube to go in. And what you'll notice is that the plastic light tube won't go in there because they don't cut this hole wide enough or big enough. So I always modify this first before trying and make sure that the light tube fits. And with that, we'll get our little grindy pen out. In fact, what we'll do is we'll swap the grinding pen bit over because I think that's way too large. I should have put the camera over here. No, I couldn't have done that because there's just not the room for it. But I don't tend to look up here, so I'm looking away from you all the time. So I do apologise for that. But you know what, tough luck. No one wants to look at my face really anyway, so that's fair enough. And then we'll get one of these pointy tapery little thingies. I nearly swore then. Take that, put it out the way. And that's the grinding pen I use, which I know a few of you have got. And it's quite effective, and it comes with a few bits. Now these are cheap bits, they do bend easily, so if you want to do a lot of this, you're better off getting yourself some dedicated bits to go in there. But it was quite cheap, which fills my criteria really. Put the new bit in. And come back to here. Light tube, grindy pen thing. Hole not the right size, and we're just going to go from the top first of all. Gently open it up. And then obviously you're going to test. I think I'm going to have to go almost all the way down to the thickness of this bit to do that. My problem is, and I'm never very good at this anyway, you ask my missus, that for me, talking non-stop, it's just not something I do. I am a boring person by nature. So saying things non-stop, without mucking up in what I'm saying, and try not to sound too monotone, because I know how boring that is. Oh my god! And now I'm ranting. I'm going to try that in there. Okay, we're starting to get there now. Yes, I know JFix, yeah, absolutely. So I bought a new motherboard for the one I've got, and it was off of, I just found it incidentally on iFixit, because I normally look on Ali. Yeah, Josh, true. And Ali, I think they're near 100 quid. Josh will back me up, because he went to look after I told him about it, and I managed to get one off of iFixit for, I think it was 80 or 85 quid, which is still more money than I wanted to spend, but unfortunately the other board wasn't any good anymore after I made a hash of things trying to get a new connector on it, and it just wouldn't fit on there. So I ordered it quickly, and it turns out it was the only one they had at the time. So yeah, good. So I do have the bits to do the new 3DS XL, Josh, and I've ordered all the spare bits that I needed. Just need to get up the motivation to do it. I also have two of the normal new 3DSs, but one of them has a fault where I need to write to the NAND, and I've not done that yet because the NAND has been corrupted, and I can't remember what was wrong with the other two off the top of my head, to be honest. They're cheap. Okay, cool. Thank you, Sloth. So we're starting to get there, and then obviously you're going to try from this side, and I want to see just how far down we go, because if this doesn't fit, then the plastic carrier doesn't go in properly, and if the plastic carrier doesn't go in properly, then the hinge barrel, no, it's still too tight. then the hinge barrel doesn't locate in it, and it just makes it an absolute nightmare. So it is worth taking the time over this bit and just making sure that everything fits properly. So, and you can't get this wrong, by the way, he says, although we nearly tried to do it himself, because it's too much light now. As you can see, it's actually shaped, and this has obviously seen some crisis at some time, because it actually curves around that corner. It's not supposed to go straight across. So obviously I've got aggrieved with it when I was putting it on last time. Or I tried to fit it in there before I'd finished getting the slot wide enough for it to fit in there properly. And when it goes in there, stop it. You didn't hear that comment, and it's a good job you didn't really. It needs to go, you can just about see it, come down a bit more. Out of focus. Here. There is a slot that it has to go down into, and sometimes the top of the plastic is also still too high, and you have to grind it from this side to make sure that it goes in there and then sits down properly. And when it sits down properly, it will be flush with the top of here, which obviously it's not at the moment. And zooming it out again before I start getting seen. Come on, focus. Incidentally, don't bother getting any of the ELP cameras. They're not good. It's what we're running on at the moment, and it's horrid. But it is better than the SLR was being, which is why we're using it at the moment until I can get a better one. No, we're still not there yet. Hello Pitco, how you doing? Nice to see you in. Sorry. Hello Pitco, nice to see you. Let's switch that up a bit. 1, 2, 3. Oh wow, there you go, over there. I think that should be about it. Let's try it again. Making sure the slot is around the right way. And see if it fits in there properly. No, still not quite flush. So a little bit more on. I'm going to do it from the back this time. Just to make sure that, because there's a taper on the bit, and like I said, I know this is a pain in the backside, but it is worth taking the time just to get this bit correct. Oh, as the bit falls out. Yes, it's not bad, J-Fix. It's done well. It's seen some heavy use, including being used outside on the car at one point. And try it again. Does it sit down properly? If you look from the top, obviously that's not, you're seeing this really up close, so it looks a bit awful, and you could do it better than that, but it's not actually that bad. And it's mine anyway, so we don't really care too much, honestly. And we're just going to try the carrier to make sure that the carrier sits down. So on the carrier, I'll turn it this way around, you can see that it is keyed. When the barrel goes in there, the barrel has got a lip on it which sits in the hole at the top, and that's what you're looking for when you put it back in and you adjust the case to fit it. Again, you'll see when we put it back together anyway. But so you, as you can see, if this doesn't sit in there, down there properly, then the barrel can't get in there and engage properly. And what we're looking for is for this to sit down fully, and you can look, can you see it? You can just about see inside there. Yeah, hang on, I'll tell you what, let's swap again. Where are we? Here. So you can see that the plastic carrier is down in here, and there's your hole that the barrel has to go into. So if it doesn't sit all the way up, you just can't get the barrel in there. And looking at that, I think that's about right. I guess we'll find out. And it should be sat down a little bit more than that, actually. No, it's not quite. If you look there, you can still see that there's a lip between the plastic carrier and the casing, and it needs to sit down flush, or else it just isn't happening. So we'll go back to overhead eventually. Yes, yeah, the Allen key goes in the top. That's what, and I make sure, he says, having taken it out and not put it back in, I make sure that I put it back there, because otherwise, yeah, it would get lost. The only bad side to that is that if you've got the tool in there, you just have to rotate it to the side so that you can put your USB charge lead in, and it doesn't take long to charge either. Yeah, I love it. It really is a useful piece of kit. And it's 3 speeds, so you just press the power button once for start, 2, and then 3. But to do that, if you've been running for a while, when you press the button again, it'll only turn it off. So you go 1, 2, 3 at the start, and then turn off, and you have to turn off and restart if you want to change the speed of it. But yeah, it is a good tool, absolutely. So that's the E108 grinding pen. Hey, Softtech, thank you very much for that. Brilliant. You'll be, I think, the 3rd person. Oh, Russie, that's nice. So we're just going to press this all back out again. And phone notification. It's alright, message from the daughter, give me a minute. Apparently Mark tried to call me as well. Right, okay, back to here. Squirrel. So we're going to need to possibly just take a little bit more out. Yeah. Being a bit careful at this stage. I'm not going to put the light tube back in because I know that fits. I'm just going to try putting the retainer in, and I think that fits in properly without the light tube. Is that right? Am I right? I think so. And then I'm just going to sit here and struggle to get it back out again. Okay, that back out. Now let's put the light tube in and check it. Light tube. Press that down. Does it still go all the way down? And the answer is possibly not as much as I'd like. And again, you have to be careful to get this right because this will destroy the hinge. You get that crack, and it maybe is even possible last time that maybe I didn't get this bit quite right and that's what caused it. Hence the reason I'm being a bit overcautious this time. Nope, that's not fast enough. Chaz, come on. Come on. And try the light tube again. And the picture. Yeah, I understand why now, Russie. I think that is about as good as it's going to get. I don't want to force it too much. And we'll just have to finesse it later if we need to. Hopefully we won't. Okay, put that to one side again for a minute. Put the grinding pen out of the way. And we now need to put the slidey buttons back in because it's easier at this point. So we're going to put the Wi-Fi back in, and again the Wi-Fi is the one with the arrows on and goes by the button side, and it is fairly terrifying when you put this in for the first time. He says flicking it everywhere. Come on. So the arrows are pointing towards the front, and where's my and we're going to, is that around the right way? Yes it is. Put that in there and then click it in place. And as you can see, there's a little tab pointing out here, and that locates with the locates in the switch. So that's in, and it's easier to put in than it is to take out if you don't break the plastic, like I said earlier. And then we're going to put the volume on the other side, if I can find the volume. Okay, and again volume, because it's got the straight bits on there and also the bit that pokes up here rather than the bit that comes, the locating tag that comes out of the back on the Wi-Fi button. So that goes in with that upwards, and this will just fit in fairly easily because it's held in by that plastic locating piece that we were talking about earlier on. I say that right, there you go. So that just fits in here, and then we have to get said locating piece and make sure that it sits down properly, because they don't always. Sometimes you have to finesse bits around here as well so that it goes in there properly. Yes, okay, good. And then we need a small screw, and the screwdriver would be good. Where did I put that? Blue handle screwdriver, there it is, over there, and a small silver screw. Guarantee I'm going to put the wrong screw in at some point. Okay, I think it's one of those. And again, I will just quote that iFixit do have guides that will tell you the screw and what size the screw is. If you feel any resistance, stop, because the screw could be too long, and that's still loose. I'm not entirely sure that's the right screw. I think the right screw may be shorter than that. Because it's really easy. We're just going to put one of those in for now. No, it's still not. And I'm going to be annoyed at myself if I... Yeah, we can't put that in any further than that. That's not right. It's not right. Because it's really easy to screw these in too far, and then you'll end up with a great big dot on the other side of the panel, which entirely ruins the look of it. So what's going on here? Why do we not have a screw that seems to fulfill the purpose? Screw, that one's there, there. That was a little black one that would have gone on the front. Obviously I'm being a bit over cautious. I mean, that's a really small, that should fit. That's not the screw I took out. Come on, get in there. But I am nervous about wrecking the panel. Okay, so we'll use that screw there for now. And that will do. Click link, get 404 error. Then in that page, click picture on top left. Okay, so obviously I need to revisit the link that I've put up there. I apologise for that. So that's your volume retainer in place. And again, as I said, always make sure when you're putting the screws in, if you feel any resistance, to double check the screw length, because in some cases it can just be that they haven't gone down, they haven't made the post, start again, they haven't made the hole in the post deep enough, because obviously it's a second what's the one I'm looking for? Aftermarket. It's an aftermarket part. There you go. Thank you to the wife there. Ran out of words again. Right, so we put the volume one in. We want to put a little bit of foam in. I think to do that I'm going to have to get some sticky tape. Hang on a minute, because it's not sticky anymore. Okay, we'll use some red sticky tape here. I'm just going to put a new bit of sticky on the back of the foam. That's the theory. Or I could spend 3 hours looking for the little bit of red sticky I've just cut off. Okay. This is actually the Mrs. Crafting tape. That's the wrong way, Chaz. Now you've just stuck it to yourself. Okay. Let's just take the brightness of that down a bit, shall we? That's better. It's not overpowering now. Right, now I just need to get the sticky separated from the backing. Just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Do 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 do. Oh dear, come on. I'm sorry, we're experiencing a little technical error at the moment. I'm trying to separate the backing from the sticky because it's so small. I don't want to super glue in place because obviously it's foam, it will just go rigid. Sometimes you can just get away with putting some IPA on and just rubbing the glue across will reactivate it. And if you see it, there is actually a defined area, this little rectangle of plastic down here, that's where the sponge goes. So just there, like so. $26 for new set of buttons, and all I need is a slider. Wow! But they sell the sliders separately, don't they? I'm sure they do. Just having a quick look here. That's the 3DS XL. Is that the 3DS XL as well? Let's see if that will work or not. Back here. Is that the one? That's the end of the link. Obviously I can't post the whole link because I'm not within Studio. On Aliexpress, obviously. Yeah, that's the one. Only got 2 left of that one. Yeah. Yeah, if you put aliexpress.com/item/ and then that number, that should give you the slider that you're looking after, rather than the 3DS, new 3DS XL. Yeah, I'm not posting them from within Studio because I actually don't have a clue how to chat from within Studio, believe it or not. All I've got in YouTube is YouTube chat. But yeah, try that. Put that on the end of the aliexpress.com/item/that number and tell me what happens. Right, where were we? So joystick pad. Now as the top's come off of that, I really want to put that back in there, but I'm going to. So we need that and the split washer. And I'll just glue it back on afterwards. Obviously if this was for a customer I'd put a new one on there, but it's not, it's for me, so if it comes off again in the future I can just put it back on again. And then the split washer, can you see that? Yes you can, just about. I'm going to put the tail end of the split washer in that V and then just rotate it round like that, and then that's back in place. And then we want the home, start and select buttons. All right, okay, that makes sense, Chris. Absolutely. So let's try it then, just for sloth. Copy back there and here. Can you see that link or not? Or does it just not appear for you? Because I have posted a link in there. Good, okay. Try that and tell me then. And thank you, Sloth. Learnt something else. So start, select and home button. If I remember correctly, yep, come out. Not supposed to go in there yet. Now the buttons are different lengths, so generally you shouldn't be able to put them in the wrong place. I'm just trying to see if you can put them in the wrong place. And I'm worrying a little bit because I've actually forgotten. Let's get another one out. So as you can see from this one that's together, actually you can't really see, can you? There's too much light. Anyway, take my word, it is select, home, start. Link is there, but the part is for the wrong model. Oh yeah, no, you're right. That's one. That one's for the new 3DS. That's not what I was looking at a minute ago. Yeah, I know, but it's annoying now. I need to know. Yeah, even so, having to pay that much. Is that something to do with your shipping charges as well then? Because, I mean, I've got a link here. Where are we? That one. Nope, not that, Chaz. That's not what you were looking at. Which says for the whole entire set. Wow. Okay, yeah, and I'm with you. I can see the link for the entire set is that much. But a minute ago, I actually had the right part. And I have ordered them separately before as well. Yeah. I haven't become distracted at all. No, I actually can't find the link I had a minute ago now. So maybe I was looking at the wrong one to start with. I can't believe that. New 3DS, no, 3DS, new 3DS, new 3DS. And it definitely was not 3DS. New 3DS, new 3DS, new 3DS. Why do they not sell the other ones separately anymore? And why are they charging so much for the buttons? Yeah, okay, interesting. Nevertheless, just carry on, I suppose. Don't go to. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, that is. Yeah. A little bit over the top. So, I think it was start, select home. No, I've forgotten now. I've distracted myself. Now I've got to look again. Right, select home, start. Select home, start. So, select, and again, they've got the little clips on, so when you put them in, just make sure from the back, if you can see that you just make sure they come in there correctly, because otherwise you bend them and it's game over. They'll just keep falling out. So you might need to just finesse again. And let's put that in from that way. Up here, thank you. Like so. Make sure the clips are through properly. Select home, start, so that's there. Home. Home on the range. And I'm showing my age now, shut up. And that one. And then start. And turn that over and then put the membrane on without going insane. Make sure that the membrane goes on around the correct way, which is this way, and you know which way it is because if you look at that, it's got a ridge around the inside which needs to go down. So the larger pads go to the plastic bits, and then these small dots are going to be the bits that are activating the buttons. Hopefully you can see that okay. And then there's two locating pegs to locate the rubber on. Just there. And that should then stay in place and not drop out. I'll probably need to take my words back later on. Okay, so We've done those, and now we're going to do the light pipes. So we need to come round to the front, and we need to put the light back on because now we can't see anything again. There you go, light pipes. Okay, and I might even actually get the microscope involved and put them back in just so you can see up close. Or not, as the case may be. Okay. Focus. Okay, so now we need the carrier. I'm losing my voice. Now we need the carrier. Can I put this in the right way, I wonder? Which will go in. I'm not going to say that way because it's probably no. There's a slot at the front. Got a little retaining piece here, and then the slot, which should go like that, and then just press it into place, like so. And that bit will normally stay in. It's not a problem. The plastic bits, however, and I'll show you those. I'll just put them out of the way. As you can see, they're tiny, and they go in that way round, and again they're supposed to be just a press-in tight fit, and I'm starting to doubt what I'm saying now. They go in that way round. Ooh! Nearly shot it off into the distance there. In fact, yeah, there you go. I do not like this bit. This is my nemesis, so that when they go in, there you go, when they go in they end up flat like this. Now I'm probably going to put just a little bit of UV resin here on this, because otherwise they have a tendency to drop out on the aftermarket shells, and we do not want that happening. But I'll put the other one in first, and because it's clear UV resin, it doesn't matter that I'm putting it in there because it's not impeding any of the light. But we'll put all of them in first. So that one like so. And then we need the Wi-Fi light tube, which is over here and is even smaller. So we've got the carrier, and then we need, hello, come over a bit, Chaz, here. And we're going to put the carrier in place. No, we're not. We're going to drop the carrier, and we're going to drop the carrier again, and then we're going to try and get the carrier back out of there and square lots, and then we're going to flick one of those light tubes across. Because like I said, fiddly, when you've got big hands, this is a bit awkward. So let's just put that back in there again. And again, you can see now why I use the UV to put them in place, because you've only got to touch the casing and they flick everywhere. Can we still see that? Barely. So there's the hole. Okay. Yeah. Pico, I'm not going to say anything. I'll just let your imagination do the rest. Right, so that's a little carrier in place, and then the plastic bit for this is even smaller. I'll just put that there so you can see it. So if these go ping across the room, you really do have not much chance of finding them. Yes, and yes, and there it goes again. I do not want you to go down there. Thank you. Coming back into shot, and flicking it over. And of course, it's 3 times as awkward when you're doing this live. because I might have dropped it once, but that would have been it. Okay, and then that goes down looking like that, and I'm going to get the UV resin out quick before they go ficking off into the future. I didn't say I've just read that. You know what they say about people with big hands, man? Better at strangulation. Okay, that made me laugh. That was funny. UV resin. And a set box. Ooh, you can't see that. You don't need to see that. It's a box. Why would you need to see the box? And the UV resin that I use, ooh, can't really see it. It just says UV resin formulated for artists. Yeah, and that's been perfect for me. So it's a no brand, and it's worked really, really well. I'm just putting a little bit of resin on top of the box so that I can use the tweezers to get a little bit of it off. Obviously that's off camera, you can't see that, but you know, it's not technical really, is it? Okay, UV resin, and I'm just going to drop a little bit across the carrier and across here, just to hold them in place, and a bit UV. Another sip of the tea. Wait. Oh, that's true. MK fixes the best. Did I say that before? Picotronics is the best. And that should have gone off already because it's really quick curing. Yeah, so they won't come out. Now let's put a little bit on here. Although really when you say so and so is the best, you want to do what was it Yeti did? Because everyone else finishes it early and he's still at the end going woo woo woo, which is cheating I think, but never mind. Yep. This is curing, by the way, so you're not really missing anything at the moment. Okay, that should be done already, and then I'm just going to cure the bit I put on top of the box before I put my fingers in it. And that's done. And put the UV resin away, because we don't need that anymore. And then wipe my tweezers off, and then I think we should be able to come back out to the overhead again and take the microscope out of the way. But use the light from the microscope, Chaz. Just stick with it here. Come on, you can do this. Okay. So those little bits done, and at this point we're going to want to put the top screen back on. So let's try and not make this look too difficult, eh? So we're going to feed the Wi-Fi aerial cable through first, otherwise it gets in the way and is annoying. And if you've done this before at this point, normally you feel like you need 6 pairs of hands. If I was doing this from scratch at this point, I would be, and I might still do it yet. I'm going to do it. Okay. I normally put a little bit of Kapton tape on there, just to stick them together to pull through, and it gives you a little bit more leverage as well without cables dropping off everywhere. And fighting to get them all through the same slot. So like this, shaky hands chairs, just like that, just to make it easier to get it through there. And then pull the cable through again, feed the Kapton tape through, which is not supposed to be awkward, but because I'm on air, my hands are shaking too much. Come on, Chaz. Right, okay, feed that through, and then I can pull on the Kapton tape and just gently, did you see that? Kapton tape, pull it through, and then just gently just pull the spiral in a bit so that the cables can come through and the sleeve can engage properly here. And then once the sleeve is engaged, it says as it comes out of engagement, let's just get that back in for you. You can then just gently push apart these two bits, ever so gently, to get it back into initial engagement. And then we're going to open this up so you can see down here, and we're going to put the carrier and the light tube back in again. So where's my tweezers? Where's my tweezers? Is that in properly? Hopefully that's in properly. We'll find out soon enough, because I'll be really struggling if I haven't done this enough. And then put the plastic carrier back through, and then you're going to go, can you see that? Yeah, you can just about see the barrel is down here, and if you get it at the right angle, which is normally almost closed sometimes, and the, yes, there you go, and now that's pushed in all the way. And you can see it's not much of an angle that you have to get on it to re-engage it. It's just that far. And for a long time I would try to put too much of an angle on it and not understand why it wasn't re-engaging. But that is back in again now. And you can see, where's my smaller tweezers? You can just about see the head of the barrel poking out here. And once more, you can see that the tiny silver bit down in here, or the white bit rather, that's where the barrel's locating into the retaining plastic. And at that point you should be able to carefully fold it shut. I'm going to put this bit back in that I've dropped out from somewhere. Where did I drop it out from? That was from the top cover. Make sure that your plastics for your camera here and here are still in place, and then the light, there's another light tube up here, is still on the cover, because it's annoying if you put it all back together and discover that you've forgotten that bit. And that goes like that, you know, if you can't see it properly, but yeah, like so. Oh, well done Pico. And then we're going to do the opposite of what we did earlier, which is put the panel in from the front, make sure it's down along, oh no, well I nearly did it myself then, nobody told me, did you? Let's just lift that up again. Okay, don't forget to put your 3D slider back in again, which is funny considering we've just been talking about that as well. And cannot remember which way around it goes. Was it that way? Right, so can see that, I think. So yeah, just make sure this engagement with the slider off of the slider potentiometer off of there, and that it slides up and down easily. And then top cover on, press it down gently at the sides, and then you should just be able to slide this back, and this is always easier in principle than it is in practice, because especially if you haven't got that located correctly. Is that in? And then you'll know when it's shut correctly, because you won't have a flipping great big gap along here. There is a bit of a gap there, but oh, there you go, it's because it's not located properly. So once that's back and you turn it over, you'll know it's engaged, because you can then see that your holes are lined up with the locating posts underneath, and then we can put those back in again. Very small. So that's one. That's interesting, thank you. Two. Rusty Russ, didn't you say that you had one of these to do at some point? Or am I imagining it? That's not the right screw. Wrong colour. This one. Like so. And then there should be another one. A little screw. Is it that one? I think so. Okay. And that's the 4 screws back in again. Slider is still moving up and down nicely. We can put, have I got any new ones of those? I'm going to leave the covers off for now, but obviously you need to put your covers back on here again. But I'm going to get some new ones out of the box, and they're God knows where at the moment. I'm going to dig through and find those. But that is the top fixed back on again. So we're going to turn this over now and close it temporarily, and start putting the D-pad and things back in again. Like so. Have I tested the other? No, I haven't yet. I haven't yet, Andy. When I put it back together, and I'll probably do it on the stream, I will try the bad board first to see if it works, and if it does, then bonus. I just have a feeling it's not going to, which is why I got the other one. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. And hello, Andy. Put the membrane on. Put the light down a bit so you can see that. And the membrane for the D-pad is the one with the hole in it, obviously, for the locating peg to come through. And then the buttons, which go Y next to the screen. Obviously you can't see the letters because I'm putting them the other way around. And then X goes at the top, I think, if I remember rightly. I'm not dropping it. And obviously these buttons, where's the light? If you look up there, you should just be able to see there. You can't get them wrong anyway, because there are locating pegs here, and the locating pegs are different for all of the buttons. So you won't get it wrong. It's just annoying when you don't know the order and you keep putting the wrong button in there and trying to get it lined up. So yeah. And A does not mean above, it's X, that's how I remember it. So X goes at the top, whereas B does go at the bottom. And then A goes on the outside. And power button, which again does have a locating thingy on it, or does on the original one, I can't see it on here. Need to make sure it's the right way up. What is the right way up? Who knows? Nope, not like that. So not that way around then. There you go, it does have a locating peg, so it'll only go in there. It'll only go in there one way. Because you've got this little extrudy bit here. So it will only fit in there one way, and then we'll put the membrane back on that. Like so, he says, hopefully. Or am I putting that on the wrong way around? Because you don't really take notice of this when you're doing it for yourself. You just think, okay, it doesn't fit that way, and put it around the other way. And then this on here for the buttons. Now we want to pull the Wi-Fi cable across, and I do this in the closed position because that's the longest that the cable is going to be. And then it locates in, or should locate in, this slot down here. There is a slot in the plastic which is fighting with me, where the cable goes across. Still fighting with me. Okay, like so. And then at this point I normally put a little bit of Kapton tape in there just to stop it dropping off again, because invariably what happens, theoretically shouldn't happen with this touch wood, because this is one of mine and I know it works properly, but if it's a board that I've just got in a console off of eBay, you can guarantee you'll have to take the board out 2 or 3 times to finesse bits and pieces, and every time you do that this cable drops out of place and it's really annoying. Okay, across there, and then I'm going to put another bit of Kapton tape, again just to keep it in place. The dog sat against the back of my foot, man. Yeah, come on, off. Try not to touch it with your fingers. Obviously I've failed with this because it's got fingerprints everywhere. It's not quite going to plan here. Okay, this is not the pretty nice neat piece of Kapton tape I wanted it to be, but never mind. And then across to there, and then the board. And at this point we're going to open it up because we want the maximum amount of ribbon cable coming through here to make things easier for us to connect to the board. Now I used to put the board in first, connect the camera cable up and the top 3D stroke sound stroke backlight cable, but what I now do is I do the underneath first, because what happened, I kept forgetting the top screen cable, putting it all back together, turning on and wondering why it went blue light popping off, which is what will happen if you've got a damaged top screen cable, an unplugged top screen cable, a damaged connector, and so on, or the sound stroke 3D stroke backlight cable. And again, the same as the 3DS, when you turn them on they only look for the backlight, so that's why you can end up turning them on and only having a picture on the top or the bottom screen, or in the worst case sometimes it will turn on, you'll get sound but no screens, because hello, get off. And that could be because the cables are damaged, the ribbons are damaged, or you've just plain forgotten to put them in, or they're not pushed all the way into their connectors. Yeah, so you don't need to worry about the data cables to get the console to come on, and you don't need to worry about plugging the camera in to get the console to come on. Only the backlights are checked, and at that point when you put the power light on it should come on, even though it's not to give you a picture at that point, obviously. Right, so that's the bottom screen in, And then we're going to put the camera one in, shaky hand still. And you want to make sure, scope, that it's right up to the connector. I'm only going to show this because it's one of the common faults I've actually had. Can you see that? Yeah, you can, just about. I've actually purchased a couple of consoles in the past, and they said worked on it, put new screen on it, and it didn't work afterwards. And most of the time, the reason it won't work is because they're not all the way in, and that is not all the way in. What's going on there? Right, just take that out again. I actually do think that is all the way in. Okay. And then we need to put the 3DS backlight. When I say the 3DS, I mean the parallax slider backlight and sound ribbon. Put the tab down, you can't see that because I'm out of shot. So you can see that's on there. And then you find that you've forgotten to hook the digitizer cable through because you're an idiot. Where's that gone then? Just bear with me here. Okay, we might need to lift that up a minute. And I'll tell you why it's not there, because what do? I took the screen out, didn't I? And I've completely forgotten to put the screen back in. So of course there's no digitizer cable, there's no any cable. Okay, don't forget to put the screen in, folks. It helps. Right. Screen. Digitizer. So we've got these in, we need to put the digitizer cable in. Quite a lot of the time it's easier to do this when it's under the scope because you can see it going in. Because you imagine this thing is sliding all the way and it doesn't. Yeah, and there's a little ledge inside these and it only goes up that far. So don't try forcing them in any further than that. And then put the latch down. And then down to this one, which will turn round I think, just to make it easier for me. And this is the bottom screen data cable. Again, make sure it's all the way in as far as it will go. And you'll know that because when you put the flap down, it will cover up all your metal contacts, you won't see them anymore. And then we're going to put the bottom backlight cable in. So as I was saying earlier, this one, this backlight, if you plug that in, but don't plug the big one in, I plugged in first, the console should still come on, even though it won't display a picture. As long as it sees the backlight circuit, it will come on. Okay, and again you can see it's not all the way in, it's just up to the ledge. Fold the flap down. And then we'll put the volume in place. And again, I'm doing this on the microscope just so we can see properly what's going on. Bring the slider down there. And just finesse it into the locating tab. Like so, is that in? It is just about, as you see it's now moving with it. Okay, and then we're going to put the joystick on. lifting. I'm glad, but as I say, I've done a few of them, and it still doesn't feel easy all the time. It certainly doesn't feel easy when you've got to narrate it. Yeah. If it helps anyone, that's the point. Slide that in there. So again, as you can see, it's coming up to the ledge. Shut the latch, and then I rotate this around. And actually, if you use the tweezers, because it's actually slotted, and I find that's the easiest way, just to line that up in the middle, and then get the washer. Put the washer on there, and then joystick in about the right place, and providing you've got it right, and I generally just like to check from the other side. Sometimes it's entirely possible that you might have to grind the plastic underneath here, because they can be badly finished and you end up with little ridges of plastic, and when you go to use the thumbstick it feels grindy and horrible. Screws. Screws are easy. They are the longest ones of the set. I've got a little hole in my bench up here and the screw keeps dropping into it. Maybe I should do something about that. And then that one. Is that it? Did I put the right one in? Did I? Heck. Thought that felt a bit short. Coming out again. Learn from my stupidity, folks. As I said, the two longest screws of the set, because if you try putting that anywhere else, you're going to damage the plastic panel. And then we want to put the locating screws back in to hold the PCB in. So I'm going to zoom out again at this point. I think don't need to see this close up. And then so we've got the 10 screws. So we've got 1, 2. Come on, get in there. In. And again, always be careful when you're doing this bit, just to keep an eye on the screws, make sure you're not using the wrong ones, like that. Because these are really quite short screws. And if you get the wrong screw, you'll go through and end up with a bulge at the front of the panel, which again, MK knows about. And I have learned about on several consoles. I don't think there is a console I've done that I haven't mucked up to start with and put the wrong size screw in, and either had to sell it with sorry for the bulge, or had to replace it again. It's really annoying, especially when you get a really good condition case and you ruin it by doing that. Two down here. Possibly try not to cross thread them, that would be good. Can you see that? Just about. That's quite a tight fit. There, another one. So that's the 2 down here. I know I'm going blind. Right, okay. Ah, there is one other thing about the panel I forgot. I don't know if I transferred it before. No, I didn't. Right, when you take the old panel out, there will be a small piece of felt in here that just covers across the hole where the microphone goes. And I haven't transferred it from the last one. I'm not really that worried about it, but it's there, so it's something to bear in mind that when you take the microphone out, if you put a little bit of IPA in the hole just to loosen the glue off, there will be a little piece of felt in there. Take that out and transfer that to the new case. Rusty. Don't think you ever need to apologise for the bulge. And the other thing that I forgot to mention, but just did right anyway, make sure that... No, I didn't do it right. There you go. This is the slider for this. This is the slider for the Wi-Fi, and see this. This is supposed to be in front of this bit. So I'm going to have to take that screw out, and I should be able to get enough height to get it in the right place. So take it back. There you go. So now, if you can see that again, you can now see that this tab on the slider is behind the potentiometer knob thingy, so that when you operate it, it comes back properly. Okay, glad I caught that. That would have annoyed me. Let's put this screw back in again. Two. Three. And I think this small screw here is actually the one that's supposed to go across on here, but we're going to ignore that. And this one, oh, do come on. Oi! Sorry about that. Okay, so they're the screws holding the motherboard in. And again, I'll just go over it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'll move over a bit more. 7, 8, 9, 10. It's because I was looking at the YouTube instead of the studio, so I'm getting the lag and not moving across properly. And at this point, with those in, you need to put the Wi-Fi board on, which should come through here. Connect it up to the aerial, and then put this back in place like so, making sure it's down like that, and then we're going to just make sure it turns on before I put the bottom on. I'll just put the microphone back in place, although it'll probably spring out. Okay. So I'm just going to hold the battery in place. And I might need to put the SD card in because I think this is modified. And let's just see if it fires up or not. Okay, yeah, it was a modified one. So yeah, okay. And then we'll just wait for a minute. Blue light is on. Yellow light is on to indicate the Wi-Fi is okay. And if the console falls over at this point between the blue and there, oh look, the top screen's not in properly, then it could be your Wi-Fi chip is wrong. So we've got to take those screws out again and just check that the top screen ribbon is in there correctly, because according to this it is not. Yeah, okay. Light back on again. It is what it is. Let's take the SD card out again for a minute. It's a bit of a pain in the backside, but never. Right, I'm just going to speed up again a bit now. Okay, screw. screw out, Wi-Fi board off, that out, that can stay there. Need to take the bottom one off, and we need to take the data off. Take these off carefully without breaking them. And then at this point we should be able to just undo the screws. I was going to say flip the board over, even though I hadn't undone the screws yet. Come on, off. Make sure to put the tab down so you don't break the connector. And it is even possible that because the top screen has got 3 cables coming off of it. One is obviously the data, I mean in the top panel. One is the data, and the other one is the backlight, and they connect to another small board with the 2 latch connectors up here, and then it all comes down as the one ribbon. Well, yeah, the one ribbon and this one down here. And if one of those falls out, you'll also get that. I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping I've just been stupid and not put the data cable for the top screen in enough, because otherwise I'll have to take the top panel off again, and I don't really want to do that. Okay, now we should be able to just lift the board up. Actually, let's take the digitizer one out again. Or are we? No, we're not going to. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is down. That's down. Let's just lift the volume out. And there is absolutely no reason at this point why the board should not lift up. Famous last words. Have I missed a screw? I've missed a screw. Are you screaming at me yet? Alright, let's try that again. So, I didn't think that looked that bad, to be honest. But we'll try putting it in a little bit further. Should have taken the digitizer cable out because it's just fallen out. Okay, and at this point, goes there, digitize the cable back out again. Come on. Right, it's playing hide and seek. Okay, digitize cable. Because if this doesn't cure it, then either the top screen cable has become damaged, which shouldn't have happened because I've done nothing to encourage that, or the top panel is going to have to come off. I'm going to have to look at the other 2 latches. So flip that up, put the backlight in, but it must have to be the data because the backlight is obviously plugged in because it all came on. Tick, tick, tick. In there, down there. Wi-Fi board back on. Battery. even going to screw it down at this point. Be careful of the joystick. Press the button. Square. Oh, okay. Now we've got full-on sulk going on. Light back on. What have I not done properly? Scope. Flip that latch up, make sure it's in there properly. I don't think it was. Okay. Back over, turn that off. Come back out to here. I really need to get myself a Stream Deck thingy. And need to have the battery in the right place as well. Okay. So you need to be over here. No, that's funny, isn't it? So now we've gone from switching on to saying, no, go away. So what have I not done right? We know this one is on. We know this one is on. We're going to have to take them all off again. And it was all going so well. Day in the life of putting a 3DS together. Bring that out of the way. Digitizer is not connected. Good. This is in properly. It is. Don't need to worry about the camera because the camera makes no difference at all. That looks again like it is in there properly. I am sure. And again, this wouldn't matter anyway. The data cable does not make a difference to it going on and off. So why am I paying so much attention to the data cable? That there. So I'm going to need to take the top panel off, I think. Which means let's just put a couple of screws back in so that everything doesn't drop apart. That's there, okay. Let's get a couple of screws. Okay. And the dog, I think, was actually barking at me because she's jealous of the attention that I'm giving the computer at the moment, talking to it and not playing with her. Okay, that's the board held in roughly. I will take the joystick off so it doesn't flap around and get damaged. Closing the latch back down. Front screen off again. Well, front panel. Yes, she is. She's barking because I'm not paying her attention. Screws removed from the panel. Shut the panel. Bring it forward, spudger, lever it up, and check out these. Scope. Come on. Now they look like they're in there properly, I have to be honest. The only thing with these ones is you can't actually see the cable going in, but I haven't moved this. And there's no reason why they should have come out. So that one's okay. And to be honest, that one looks okay as well. Yep. And let's put that back on the peg. I'm going to say that's okay. Put that back together again. Slide the panel back again into place. Run the scope. It's no good. Move the scope out of the way. Put the screws back in again. That is kind of annoying, isn't it? There was definitely no damage that occurred putting that back together again. Three, 4. What I haven't considered, because we didn't turn this on, is whether the connector's okay. But it should be, because it was in my collection. Yes, Chaz, you're talking to yourself. I am. I do have another board I can try. Rather than that not be the case. Okay, in roughly. Wi-Fi's on properly. Check location. Hold the battery in place. Swear at the console. Watch the console go off again straight away. It's full on stropping now. It is saying no, there is a short somewhere, which makes absolutely no sense. So I will just try putting another board in just for the sake of the stream. And it won't be that board, because that's the wrong board. What did I do with the other board? I think I put it away. Oh no. Let's just check everything. Scope back over. It's here. It's right in front of me, Chaz. What are you doing, Chaz? So, disconnect. Backlight, parallax, sound. Disconnect. Camera. Disconnect. Backlight for bottom screen. Oh, I just had a thought. Which may or not be valid, I don't know at this point. Volume out, camera out, other screw out, but I missed again. just there and there, because I put them there to hold the board in. Silly stupid me. Lift the board up. No, it has got tape on it, so it's not that. Disconnect this. Temporarily put that board to one side. Other board, just so that we can see what the issue is. Bless me. There is no obvious damage to the ribbon cable. So we will fight our way amongst here. Lift the tail up, Chaz, and come on, don't fall apart now. Okay, top data cable, or not. Okay, tap down, fold over, and if you like this stream, guys, seriously, what are you doing with your life? Okay, no, come on, bottom data cable and backlight cable again. Flip the tab open. Really? I don't know if you heard that objection squeak there. And then we need... Oh, do you know what? I'm so stupid. I am so stupid. What did I say, guys? It's a modded console. And did I put the SD back in before I tried to run it? No, I did not. Which is probably why it came on and turned straight off again. Never mind. We'll try that again in a minute. First of all, we'll just check the screens. As we're here. Because, you know, it'd be nice to know that I haven't damaged the screens. But I suspect that the reason it wasn't firing up was because it fired up, looked for the SD card and went, no, no SD card, and shut down again. Lesson learned. Okay, rightio, hold battery in place. Thank you, Pico. Turn it over. Press blue light. Do not go off. Yellow light. Hey, okay, so I know that it does work. So I'm going to put the other board back in now. It's come out a bit. We're a bit zoomed in too much there. Oh, we are all the way out. That is all the way out. So that's alright, that was me letting go of the battery. Let's put the other board back on again, seeing if I was being stupid or not. Well, it is kind of fixed, but that was a replacement board, and yeah, I want to know that the original board worked because I'd feel stupid. But what I am happy about is that the ribbon cables came through and I didn't manage to damage them. So if the top screen still doesn't work, I know that it's not the ribbon cables. It's got to be either a connector on the board or a connector on the board, I guess. I'll take stupidity. If it's stupidity, I'll be happy with it. And this is actually a board I bought separately on eBay because it was going fairly cheaply, but there were a couple of connectors that were damaged on it, and the eBay seller hadn't disclosed that, so I messaged him and said, I'll buy it, but I'll offer you 20 quid less because of the connectors on it, and much to my surprise he accepted the offer. That is awfully out of focus now, isn't it, people? Sorry. It's just not good, is it? Right, okay. Now let's try putting the original board back in again, and behaving myself this time. MK Fix in the house. Okay, so back over to top screen data cable. And we'll fight past the other ones, and that's why I used to put the other ones on first, because they get in the way. But as I said, I used to forget to plug the top one in when I'd done that, screw it all down, and then think, why doesn't the top screen work? Which is ironic, really, considering where we've just been. Okay, top data cable in. Flip it over, making sure that you don't forget the digitizer cable, and bringing the back, top, bottom screen out. Okay, let's get that back in shot so you can see what I'm doing again. So, camera once more onto the breech, dear friends. Camera ribbon. That's not in properly. It's all out. Whilst not damaging any other ribbon cable in the process would be good, Chaz. Cows, whoever you are. Doesn't feel like it's in. I guess we'll find out. Right, and then the top backlight sound parallax cable back in again, which you can't see because I'm out of shot. Okay, like so, and then the bottom data ribbon getting attacked by the screwdrivers. Do. Come on, in you go. No balancing with the tweezers. Come on, you know you want to. Okay, and the bottom backlight ribbon. Which hopefully I've put in all the way. Wi-Fi, stroke BIOS. Well, obviously don't stroke BIOSes, it's not good. Like so. SD card. Let's see what happens now. Battery. I'm going to put any screws in at this point until I know what's going on. That. Oh, okay. That is interesting. Why is it doing that? Unless it's having trouble reading the SD card. Blue light, blue light, blue light, blue light, blue light, off. Right. Let's just make sure that the SD card is readable. There's Explorer. That's interesting. Ooh. For some reason, the SD card is not reading, which is not what we really want at this point. Okay, right, let's try that again. Put some IPA across the SD card and put it in my SD reader in the computer, and it works. So I'm just going to try that again. I'll shut this down because I can't see anything now. And yes, so we're going to hold the battery in place and see if that made any difference. No, no difference at all. And I'm not seeing any screen flash either. Which is strange. So are we still at SD card level? Or is it something else? I should add that this was working originally. Oh no, it's still at blue lighting off. Holding, no, and we're still turning off. Let's try that in the reader and in the PC again. And it's reading on the PC. So at this point, I think we're going to have to put the other board back in, and or look at the connectors on this. There is no reason why it should not be working. I suppose the other thing I could try is just changing the Wi-Fi board on it and see what happens. And if any of you are feeling bored at this point, I completely understand it. Okay, let's try another Wi-Fi board. Battery again. And we'll start looking at the connectors, I guess. Red flashing light. It couldn't just be the battery, that would be silly. Surely not. Otherwise it wouldn't have powered up on the other one, would it? Let's try plugging it in. Okay, now we're not even going to charge. So we are in fact going backwards at the moment, which is always nice. There you go. Right, okay. Oh, do that again. Off, on, charge light comes on. So either it's not seeing the battery or the battery is charged. Am I not holding it in the right place? That's what she said. What are you going on about? Okay, charge light. Charge light staying on. Blue light on. Blue light off. Blue light on. Now normally what you'd see at this point, I'm not being stupid, the SD card, put the SD card back in again. Normally what happens if you get a fault with the backlight, then the screen that the backlight is okay on would flash. What I'm confused about is, let's turn the light back on again, why obviously it's not turning on. You had a bottom screen before, unless I suppose the other option is that there is a backlight short, which is a possibility I suppose, on this connector. You can't see that because I've not switched to the scope. I don't think there is a short there. It's a bit fiddly trying to get in there with the board fitted, excuse me. What I'll probably do in a minute is we'll just put the other board in, because that connector looks okay. Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with those pins at all. And if we look at it here, okay, over here, thank you Chaz, what are you doing over here? It looks okay from the back as well. And you know that this one down here is okay. We'll just flip that up and check it one more time. That is in. There is no reason whatsoever why it's doing that. Okay, right. We're taking this board off for the last time for now. Was that plugged in? No, because we just tried the other one, didn't we? Let's... No, right, we're changing it. We are changing it. Otherwise this could go on for a long time. Are we back there? No, we're not. We don't want to be there. We want that out the way again, so that we can see what's going on. I vote for a Hotcows Monday stream every week. I'm just reading through the chat now. I got a bit engrossed. I was thinking that Charles has no idea we're voting. Yeah, okay, yes, burglars must love me, absolutely, if it took me this long to notice. I guess we'll see, yeah. Yes. Hello, Mark. Hiya. Oh, wow. PCDD, hello. Nice to see you. You're on the wrong subscribey thingy, I think. But nice to see you in here. Hi. We're just going to change this board out because the board is not behaving. And seeing as I have a spare board, we'll give that a try. And then we might even do Luma on it, maybe, possibly. So, back in with the second board, which means I'll have to do another serial number for the back because I hate not having the right serial numbers on. In fact, I will have to Luma it because that's the only way I can find out what the serial number of the board is. Where are we? That's not the right one, is it? Why am I not looking at the right? I'm looking at the microscope. That's why. I don't want to look at the microscope. I want to see what you peeps are seeing so that I can make sure we're on the right scene. Okay, so we're going back to top screen, data cable. And we know, so far anyway, providing this still works, that whatever is wrong, touch wood, is not the screens or the backlight. Circuits, digitizer through, Wi-Fi, make sure you're on the right side of the switch. Yep, yes and yes. So we will just quickly check it, screw it all together, and then providing everything works properly, we'll install Luma on it. Okay, you can do this, come on, in there like so. Yeah, bet Josh is regretting saying I make it look easy now. Come on in. That's not in properly. You don't know because you can't see it. Tell me. Back out of there. Is it in properly? Oh, even B. Okay. I think I said this last time. And then the data cable for the top screen. Like so. Cable at minimum. So let's just check this works again before I go on to screw it in and put the bits and pieces on. Okay. It was a CPU. So what did you do on it, Carther? I mean, did you change the CPU? Pico, yeah, yes. Okay, come over here. I'm just lifting up in the air a minute so I can get the battery back on. Pressing the blue light. Praying everything goes okay. Knocking the microscope. Right, both screens are on. That is what you expect, by the way. If there's no joystick plugged in, or you have a stuck D-pad or something like that, it will go hooning off to the right hand side for a little while and then stop, and then you can bring it back over here. So okay, this board works. We're going to put it back together with this board and then do a Luma install on it. He says, hope. Oh no, the digitizer's not plugged in yet, Chaz. So yes, back to the screws again. Right, okay, so digitizer, take the IR board off a minute. In there. Put the IR board back on again, like so. And then we're going to rob the volume control off of this board, and also the microphone off of this board. Anything else? No, that's that for then. That's that for now. Right, microphone back on this board. This is a little bit fiddly because it doubles back on itself. Lifting the latch. No, lifting the latch the other side would be a good move. And then putting the ribbon in, like so. Pressing the latch down. Seeing if it will fit in there. It probably won't. It'll probably just ping out again. Okay, and then the joystick. Lifting the latch up. Like so. There. That. We'll just leave that loose for a minute. Volume control. Shaky hands. Come on, in. Sometimes I find also what helps is if you can't get them to go in properly, try not to wreck the rest of it. Sometimes just using the tip of a scalp, the knife blade, ever so gently, can help. Just gives you a little bit more traction on there. Okay, then putting the volume control back in again. Making sure that's in properly, which I'm fairly sure it is. Putting the washer in. And the joystick on, making sure it's lined up. It is, it's in the center. And then putting the screws in, remembering that they're the longest screws. Oh right, 8-bit. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Okay. One screw, looking for the other one, which is that one. Two screws. Then we're going to screw the motherboard back in. Am I boring you yet, man? We have made sure that the Wi-Fi tab is on the right side of the potentiometer, down on this side again. Just operate that just to make sure, because you know, have we made? No, we haven't made sure. So at this point, it's easy. You just need to lift the board up, slide that back, press it down again, and then you'll know, because when you go to operate it, you get the flick back again. Okay, screws onward with. This should have been so easy. No idea what's going on with the other board. I will have to have a look at it after stream and see if I can suss it. Squeaky dog. There. 2 at the bottom. Oh. Oh, missed again. I missed again. 1. And come on, 2. And then 3 others over here. I'm going blind. Come on, you can do it. In you go. Three. And 4. This is in. This is in place. This is on. The IR board is on. The digitizer is connected up. Data cables are connected up. Camera and the 3D parallax sound. The Wi-Fi board is on. The wire is clear of the post. I've previously soldered the charge port, so it's not going to drop off. Put the microphone in place, because another thing these suffer with is the ports come loose. When they flow soldered them, either they didn't have them at the right temperature, they didn't have enough flux, or whatever, but the charge ports are notorious for just coming off the solder, and most of the time they don't even take the solder pads with them. They just break free and float around loose, so people can't charge them, and obviously this seldom's not charging, and that's the first thing you do. Is if you look inside, most of the time they're not even broken, you just need to solder it back in place. I need to take a breath. Yes, is that all done? All in place. Let's just make sure the screws are tight-ish. That's okay. That's okay. Turn it over, inspect. Buttons are all okay. D-pad's in place. That's in the middle. Okay, so now let's put this back in place. So these are for the shoulder buttons. This one goes over here, and these can be a right bugger sometimes. And also, normally the first things to break, because as people take them off, try to open it from the other end, and normally just rip them out. So they're both sat in place like that. Close the back down, and I'm just going to put a couple of screws in place to start with. Again, oh no, I told you I nearly always forget, didn't I? You're not concentrating, aren't you? Don't say blind, they will be here. Right, don't forget to put down your little strap retainy thingies. 1, and then 2. Or at least that was before I screwed it down. Put the microphone back in place. Okay, put those out of the way for a minute. Thank you, hon. Bin, thank you. Completely missed the bin with the old panel. Put screw, or just going to put a couple of screws back in place whilst I check it again, because you know I'm not paranoid or anything, but apparently I don't have that in the right place. And you can't see that because you're not in shot. there, and then we're going to put the battery on. On. Turn the panel over. Hinges are now okay, although they're not tight, obviously. Turn it on. Unfortunately, okay, we can hear it. You probably can't hear it, but it is doing something. And first thing I'm going to do is, before I do anything else, back, settings, open. Sorry you can't see all of that. I can't zoom out anymore with this camera. Oh wow. So as you can see, this version here, I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen because you can't see that, is well, it's an old one. So we're going to go into internet. No, oh, there you go. Content is restricted by parental controls. Please use your PIN to enter your PIN to use this feature. So what we're going to do is we're going to do okay. It's going to say incorrect. Cancel back. Hang on. Parental controls. Forgot PIN. I forgot. And then we're going to pause at that screen. Can you see the browser? I can't remember why I did that. Overview, zoom in, crop. Ah, hello Joe, how are you doing? And we're going to go to, and I won't show it on screen. Controls over here. Oh, that's interesting. What's that? Oh, it's gone down. Okay, so I'm going to have to search on my computer for a minute. Give me a minute. The site that was used to get the parental control pins from, I wonder if there's another one that they've put up since, has gone down. That was up for years. But now the host has gone down, apparently, according to that. Okay, there is another one, luckily. If you go to this place, and I'll come back to my YouTube chat. That link that I've just posted. So we need to come out of this and we need to set the date first. Thank you, hon. Okay. First of all, you have to set the date, other settings, date and time. Today's date, which you can do without obstructing the parental control. And you just need to know that date. So it's January 01. And it's the same as the one you've got on the 3DS. And then hopefully we're going to go back, parental controls, forgot PIN, I forgot, and then you get the inquiry number up, and the inquiry number is on here. So it's 58449357, and it should give you, let's see what happens, shall we? 84103. Clear settings, delete. Yeah, so if you went to that link, you will see how I just did that, or what resource I used for it. So now I can go into internet settings, connection settings. I'm going to get rid of the old one, and then we're going to put a new connection in, manual setup, search for access point, and then we're going to enter the access point. So this one, oh, hello. No, got that wrong. Now I'm going to have to do it all again because I'm not sure which character I got wrong. And hopefully I've got it right. We should now go through the connection test. Connection is successful. Come back out of there, back out of there. Internet's no, back. Other settings, and we'll go to system update. Accept. OK. And wait for it to update. Now this will take a little bit, so talk amongst yourselves because this takes a while. And then we can go back, we can check the circle pad, we can check the mic operates, all from within there. And you can also check that the mic operates from the front screen, because the little, the top screen, whatever's going on up there, normally you get the rotating menu. If you whistle or click near the microphone, that will go faster or slower, just depending on the input from the microphone. But as you can see, it's going to take a while. So this has obviously not been used in a while for it to happen. Come on, what are you doing? Turn. Thank you. Get back in focus. There you go. So if you need to make yourself a cup of tea or anything, I'm just going to nip upstairs while that's going on. Give myself a minute. As you can see, it takes a while. Just give me time to drink my cup of tea though. What? All right. You good girl?
Don't believe her, she's had 4 treats in the kitchen.
4 treats. Wow. Good girl. Yeah, quite a lot smaller than Bronson. Yes. But she likes playing, as you can hear, probably. Rowan, come on. And this is the other one. No.
Basil brush you collect.
Yeah, hang on, turn around a bit so you can see him. He's getting old now, he's 10 years old, but he looks a lot like Basil Brush, or he certainly did when he was younger. Yeah. You alright? Are you a good boy? Keep that tongue away.
Yeah, he had 4 treats too.
You have 4 treats too, did you? Okay. At work, no audio. Okay, fair enough. TFN, nice to see you here. Hi. How you doing? Oh, we're nearly there. I'd like to speed this up for you, sorry. That's the dog just going mad. Now, where's my SD card reader again? Where did I put it? I'm just going to check the SD card. Okay. And I'm going to copy the latest Luma stuff over. So, or is it in downloads? The latest Luma. Now you can either go to this page, which I know that some of you already know about, and follow that, or there is another one that I use. That is this one, and that makes things a bit easier. And that's just what I'm doing in the background here. So we don't want that one, we want that one. Just playing in the background here a minute, folks. So that you can see what I'm doing in a minute. Hitting fast forward on the stream, yes, yeah. Well, if I was going to put streams, obviously a thingy together, I'd kind of skip this bit, put it on fast forward, as you say. But I'm just trying to show you in real time how it goes, because I think one of the main advantages of doing live streams is that people know exactly how long it's going to take and what exactly it entails and where the errors are, how easy it is to fall down, rather than getting it wrong themselves and thinking, oh, well, it must be rubbish because I couldn't do it in the time that they've done it in. So I think it is good to actually show things in real time occasionally. Although I have to say it's taken a while, but it was on very, very early. Run out of words now. Yeah, it was on very, very early. I can't think of the next word. Firmware. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. It's probably the earliest firmware I've actually seen. Oh, thank you very much, Joe. That's very nice of you. Okay. And when the system restarts, we'll put the... Actually, we will... Yeah, we'll put the SD card in it because we want it to put its normal files in there, register that the SD card is there, and then put the normal Nintendo files in there, because if they aren't in there, then when you go to start the Luma update, it won't do it, won't recognize it, because you can't see the normal folders to take reference from. Okie dokie, rebooting with the updated firmware. And let's see if the camera works. Oh god, doesn't look like the camera does work. Oh, maybe. Okay, is there anything on there? There is. So what we're going to do, the last user's left stuff on here, we're going to go back and close, yes, because quite often they break down and the user doesn't have the chance to erase all their data off of it. So we are going to other settings, format system memory, which won't erase the latest firmware. It'll just take us back to the setup screen. Obviously, if the user's got an SD card in it, then the motherboard won't contain any of this data because all the pictures and things get put on the SD card instead of the motherboard. Just not in this case. Right, coming out again a minute. And waiting for it to reboot after it's reformatted. Okay, so just walking through the menu, 3D slider all the way up. Next, and activate 3D. Obviously, you're not going to be getting any of this as such, but. And I'm just walking it through quickly so that I can set it up. I'm not going to be setting it, etc. Right, I'm going to put that all the way down because I don't want it for now. Next, date. Okay, so it's the 18th of the 5th, 2026, and the time is, wow. Next, oh yeah, there you go. So I'm going to put mine in here because obviously it's one of mine. Normally, if I'm sending it, I'm not going to put that in. I would just put test in there. Okay, next we have to go through this again. Next, I accept, okay. Set. Yes, I know. It's almost like Clippy, isn't it? Search for access point again. That one. Okay, testing for connection. Okay, finish, exit. Next, do not set, obviously. Going back to home. Waiting. Nope, no. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. And then we're going to shrink the icons down because I hate it when they're that big. We go back into the setup menu. And we're just going to check, do the touchscreen settings. And then we're going to go to mic test, and you can see there that the microphone is working. I just tapped the stylus next to it. Circle pad. So you just rotate the circle pad a few times. That does feel a bit grindy in there actually, but never mind. Next, and then just make sure it falls within the parameters. So okay, and that should be it. Yep. So back, close for now. And now what we have on the SD card, because I haven't formatted it, this is as it was set up before, but I have put the new versions of the files from MSet9 on here. So what you would do, and I think you have to install Python on it on your computer before you can run this, but with the SD card in, you're going to click on that, and you can't see it, can you? That's awkward. Okay, we have to add that then, I guess. Sources, add source. We want a window capture. CMD. Okay. Set window to operate. Windows terminal. Why can we not see anything on there? Yeah. Oh, that's fun. Windows terminal. I'll try that. No, what about that? There you go. And then we'll spread that out a bit. And then we'll also put that across. So now MSet will, once you've clicked on the bat, and I will just get the name up for that because bat is not. You need to click on mset9-windows.bat, and that will bring this this up. Now, obviously, as far as this is concerned, it's an old 3DS, but we've updated the firmware, so it's fine. This is from 11.8 to 11.17. This is from an earlier firmware, so we're going to use the top one. So we're going to put in one. Okay. What it'll say is the ID is not created because we haven't put the SD card back in the console yet for that to be created. So what we'll need to do is come out of that for now and take the SD card out of the SD reader and put it into the console. And when you put it into the console will come up with creating home menu, as you can see there. So it's created default folder, and we then need to go in open that up, and we don't need to go all the way in, we just need it to create its little file to say that there you go, and then we can come back out of that again. Okay, close. I'm just going to go into the data just to check, because you have to reset data within the software part of it, I think. Data management, 3DS, software, and it'll come up with this. There's no accessible back software data, extra data, and then it's just that. As you can see, it's created the make file. And once we've done that, and it close that, I'm going to wait for it to come back to the main screen, and then we're going to turn it off. Any minute now, right, turning off, power off, and take the card back out again, and put it in the SD reader. Obviously, at this point, I should just say that you are only installing this to play homebrew on. and not to do anything with illegal games that you don't own. So we're going to come back to here, workspace, workspace, and we need to go back into MS Bat again, like so. Go back into 1, and it's saying we still don't have that. So you don't have that. You have to. You have 2. Okay, fair enough. So that's where it was in the other one before. So we're going to go through that again. What I'm going to do is completely delete the Nintendo 3DS folder, like so. Absolutely not, no, completely. And we're going to take it out of the SD card reader. We're going to put it back in the Nintendo 3DS, and we're going to recreate its original folder. Exactly. I know you're all upstanding citizens. Yep, absolutely. Wait for the home management information to be created. Go back into me. Wait for it to create the thing there if it isn't already on there. There you go, creating that. Come back out of that. Close that. Back into settings. And data management, Nintendo 3DS software, make sure that's okay, and then back into extra data so it can create that, and then come out, close. Wait for it to come back to here, and then we're going to shut it down again, then we're going to put it back in the SD card reader. Okay, console's turned off. Put the card out. Put it back in your SD card reader. And then we're going to go back to MSET again, like so. We're going to go 1 again. Absolutely, exactly. 1, we're going to create the ID. 1 again to confirm. Creating the ID. So we're going to come out of that. We're going to take. No, we're not. Yes, we are. No, we're not. Yes, we are. No, we're not. We're going to turn the console back on again. Yeah, exactly. We're all well-behaved gentlemen, upstanding citizens, people of the world. And we're going to go to settings, and then we're going to go to data management, Nintendo 3DS, extra data, get to this point, and then without touching any buttons or anything else. No, you see, I've missed a point there, haven't I? Because what did that just say? You have to have the SD card in there first, Chaz. So we'll just turn it off again. Again, people, mistakes in real time. Turn it off. Wait, off. Thank you. SD card in. Turn the console on. And then we're going to go back into settings. Data management, Nintendo 3DS, extra data. Without touching any buttons, take the SD card out. Back into the SD card reader. And MSET again. 1. And you want to not ready. Create. See, I'm missing all the things on night. No, it has. Okay, check MSET 9 status. What is wrong with the MSET 9 status? It should be fine. Home menu. See, sometimes it does this for no particular reason. It hasn't saved the folder on the way out. So we're going to have to come out of that and go through all that again after turning it off, just to prove it's not always easy and not always straightforward. And if someone's going to do it in a not straightforward way, it's going to be me. It's gonna be me. Okay, shutting down. Any way to stream to string the stream out, you know. SD card back in. Turning the Nintendo on. And we'll find out, I guess, because either will or it won't come up with a home menu creation again. Copyright. Okay, MK, see you later. There you go. So it didn't save it for some reason. Back into me. Come out of that. We're going to go into settings, and this time we'll shut it down and then come back into settings after we've done this. Data management, Nintendo 3DS. Do software first to make sure. No, it's not corrupt. No. Extra data, because you can see that on there. Back, close. Unless, of course, the SD card is mucking around. Yeah, absolutely, Pitco, completely. That's exactly how I planned it. Right, now we should be able to shut it down. And I guess we'll find out now whether that's the case or not. Put it back into the SD card reader. Wait for the window to pop up. MSET again. 1. Not ready. So it is having a big old sulk. 2. Extract. Title database not initialized. Data management software select reset. Couldn't do that. So I think we're going to format the card and put it all on there again. Which is annoying because that makes it 3 times, but there you go. So format FAT32 has to be FAT32. Start, yes. And then we're just going to have to go all through that bit again, unfortunately. Close. I'll copy the information back over first. SD. Does make you wonder whether that was why the other board was backing around. if the SD card wasn't reliable. Okay, come out of there. Let's eject it properly just to make absolutely sure. No, eject SD, yes. Okay, taking that out, putting it back in the console because we haven't done this enough times. And guess what? Turn the console on. Wait for the home menu. Thank you. Me. Coming back out of that. Settings open. Data management, 3DS, extra data is okay. I'm going to go back to software. And it's okay, right, okay, back out of that, back out of that, back out of that, close. And then we'll need to go back to creating a hacked ID, putting it back in again, going through all that, go to software, press reset. Power off. Remove the SD card. Into the SD reader. MSET 1, create 1. Okay, and we need to take it back out of the SD reader, put it back in the console. Power on. Now normally, if the SD card was behaving itself, after this bit I wouldn't be taking it back out and checking it, but I'm going to check it because it's being a bit unreliable. Now this time when we go into software it should say reset. Going to data management, extra data first of all, back out, software, it should come up with a reset message, so we'll do that. Okay, and then back. As I say, normally I would have continued straight on to the other bit with this, but I'm not sure about the SD card, so we'll do it the long-winded way. Oh, I'm sorry, we're not already doing it the long-winded way. Yes, we are, Jazz. Okay, that's fine then. Okay, shutting down. And we'll just go and check the MSET status in the command window. One, two, check. That's 9 status. Okay, thank God for that. Everything's okay. We'll come out of that. We'll put the card back in the console. Can nearly make a song out of this at this rate. And turn it on again. close. Okay, and we're going to go back into settings, data management, Nintendo 3DS, extra data, and then you're going to take the card out without pressing any buttons. You'll get a protest message coming up about the SD. Then we go back to MSET 1, and we want to press 3, inject trigger file, exit. And then we want to put the card back in the console, again being careful, and at this point I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you so you can see what's going on. I say try. Okay. So we are now here, and you can see what's on this so far. And at the top screen, which you can't see because you're zoomed in, you then get this, which asks you to verify what you're doing to make absolutely sure you want to do it. Down, up, A, and A. And it's now backing A, and at that point we get to here, and you can get the options on the top screen, and we just want to show it as it is at the moment, so we're just going to press start, which will save the options. They'll go green, and then we'll come back into the normal screen. I won't zoom out yet. At this point, basic Luma is installed. MK, that was a quick walk. How's Yoshi rather. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to shut down, because you can't actually see anything yet. Power off, and I think it's select. We never remember. No, not select. Power off again. Start. Power. Nope, that ignored me at that time. We're just booting normally at the moment. Turning off. Power off. Right, start. Power. And it's booting normally again. That's annoying. So it could be that the start button is dirty, not working properly. Or not. Power off. Power off. Just making sure that that one definitely brings up that. It does. Turn it off again. Yes, folks, I don't think the start button is working properly. Which makes it a bit difficult to take you through the rest of it at the moment. Because what would happen is you press start, and then it'll take you through setting up the rest of the homeware. The homeware? The firmware. Right, yeah, okay, I'll get it. MK, absolutely. Totally. But do I want to take it apart again, take the board out to do that? I don't want to, really. So I'm just going to come here, open. Let's check if the start button is working properly or not. Okay, so the start button is definitely working. So it's not that. And you can check all the buttons from here. Like, as you see, X will zoom in, Y will zoom out, B normally comes back out, and A normally does something else. So A is working, yes. Okay. B? Is B doing something? It looks like I might need to clean the buttons up on it, because they should be doing something at this point. Yes, I get that. Okay, let's come out of that. So theoretically, there's no reason why it should be bringing up the other menu on start. It just needs to show me up. That's all it is. Power off. Right. There is something dodgy going on there, that's for sure. What it should be taking, unless I've not got God mode on there. So let's shut that down. And I'm just going to check the SD card contents. Excuse me a minute, folks, while I go amongst my folders. I know what I do need to do, but MSET, going back into MSET, by the way, AeroScript is not running on your SD card. Current location, see Windows, and okay, yeah, okay, that was my bad, I'm being silly. SD card, at least you know what happens now. First of all, before anything else, I do need to this, and then you need to remove the trigger file, and then you need to remove MSET, because it's done what it needs to do. Otherwise you'll get errors when you do eventually get to the God mode 9-bit. And yes, do not think that it is there. Use. Right. To SD card. Alright, I am going to come out of there. I'm going to go to there, schematics and consoles, console information, schematics and data sheets, Nintendo, not 2DS, no, Nintendo 2DS XL, which is down here, and then I'm going to go here, and GM9, there, I wonder what happens if I just go that, whether it'll throw a fit. Overwrite all. Oh Lord. Stop. Coming back to there. Sorry folks, just give me a moment. Okay. Two minutes, good Lord. See, I wasn't planning to have to do this bit because it was already done on the other motherboard, obviously. So I've been caught out a bit with my preparation for it, but never mind. We're here. 2,000 years later. Good luck, do a little dance. Get down tonight. Copyright. And I've been trying not to look at this screen because, yay, because it's got the photographs of me and that just makes me feel it. Yee. Let's come out of that. No, we don't want that. Now this will either roll everything up and I have to start again, or it will start behaving itself. And this is birthday. So, happy birthday, Russ. The blinds must be quite busy today, I'm gathering. Doodly-doo. Oh, do come on, Data. And I don't mean as in Star Trek. Team you, Rushy. Still waiting for Data to copy across. I think that is because of the wonderful things he does. No? Okay. Oh, thank you very much, Russie. Nearly there, come on. Am I going to muck everything up I've done so far, or is he going to behave? And there, right. Finished writing? Yes, you have, okay. Start. Yes, okay. And now we have this script come up. When we press start and the power button, you should have this come up. And the reason it didn't before was because I didn't have it on the card. So we want to start that. And it'll come up with this down the bottom. So we're going to say, oh, this is going to be another wait as well. So we're going to say no, we're not going to bother with that for now. and then we come to this. So then we want to press home, which takes us to this menu, and we want to go down to scripts, and then we want to go to and then we're going to go to where are we? Screens. Should all be there really. But, no, we don't want that. Control, we're going to do that. Yes, because I want that there. Yes. And then we're going to try and make out what these arrows are. Up, down, That will install it to the NAND rather than off the SD. So if your SD isn't in there, it will still boot at least. And then we're going to come back out of that. Is it miscellaneous? No. No. If anyone else knows what I'm doing wrong at this point, just tell me, because maybe I haven't got those scripts on either. So that's a pain in the backside. Control scripts. At this point there should be the scripts. So we want to go to finalize romps. There you go. Getting that? There you go. Finalize romps. And I'm going to mount it, and then yes. And then finalize. Execute, yes. And then we get all this going on. Okay, you can just leave that there with you to read a minute if you need to. Okay, so if you're happy to do this, we press A. Yes, and then we have to go through the arrows again. Down, up, down, A. That was a bit of a convoluted way of going around it. If you do an MSET9 properly, it will come up with that option straight away, rather than having to mount and finalize as an image and then going from there. And now, oh, look at that. So you get another chance to make yourself a cup of tea, go off and go to the toilet, because it's now backing up the NAND, which is quite an essential bit of kit, because if everything goes down the pan, this is the file you want to be able to transfer back to put it in a neutral state, in its original state. And also this is the file that my my sister's other half boy deleted off of his SD card. Go to there. Yep, absolutely MK. I wanted to make more space. So we'll just sit here patiently. Oh no. Yeah, I think we've probably all done that though. Or one small stupid change in config.bat or autoexec.sys or any of that before you really knew what was going on in there. And of course, back in Windows 95 and in Windows 3.1 and DOS 6 and all that sort of thing, the computers were so slow. So it was alright if you were installing DOS, but even Windows 3.1 took forever, and Windows 95 and then Windows 95 Plus. Oh my God. And my young daughter, I mean, my daughter was on, my oldest daughter was on the computer from a really early age. And she liked playing Homer Simpson. And yeah, she was, as I said, she was really young. But because she was really young and she was learning, the computer was forever going wrong, either because of her or just the computer being silly. So I could spend a whole day in there just reformatting, reinstalling Windows 95, and then reinstalling the game. Just so slow. I looked like a little hobbit as well because she had a cabin bed, but the bottom half that used to be a bed was in fact the space where she had her computer in. So she had like a cupboard one end and a cupboard the other end, and then the computer was tucked in between. So you'd have to spend your time in this little space down there. Hey, Armageddon! Hello, Roger. How you doing, Mr. B? Now I said you were probably busy then. We've gone round the houses 3 times. We're slowly getting there. Hello, Mrs. B. How you doing? Nice to see you. Obviously, production has stopped temporarily then. Okay. I need to continue. Now, hopefully, okay, so we want to go to this one. Just check. Update available. And update the universal updater, which you can't see, it's actually in the top screen. I could zoom out, but then the text would be really rubbish and you wouldn't be able to see it very clearly. Press any key. Where's the any key? Any key. Okay, and now, so we just want to make sure that the apps and things are updated. Chris, I have no idea what you're on about. Absolutely no idea. La la la. There's a lot of pausing going on here, isn't there? And I haven't even put the rest of the screws in yet. Absolutely MK, of course it is, yep. Okay. come out that minute. Now, what have I got on here? Can't remember. Oh, what's this? How strange. Never seen that before. Yes, I did pass it through the hinge quite carefully. And we're going to come back out of that. We're going to come back out of that. And we're going to come back out of that. In fact, we're just going to come out. Oh, is that what you were talking about? I don't know what that is. Let's go back in here. Interesting. No. I went back in and corrected the stream title. How did you know that? I don't think there's that much in it, to be honest. Yeah, it is. Right. Okay. I want to come out of there. Oh, there we go. Right. You can't. It's got a nice, pretty screen at the top now. Look. So you can update everything from there. And that's where you can update the apps and things from. Obviously, we're not going to get too into that, but we do know that it does work. So we're going to come out of that. We're going to go home. And we're certainly not going to click on that. What is that, I wonder? Right, yeah, okay. So let's come out of this. Shut it down for now. And put the back screws in, I guess. As we're now at a point where... get some light on the subject too. Let's lift that up. Woo! Okay, screws. We can put the screws back in at last. What I do need to do is go back into Rosalina, because I need to get the correct serial number, because the board with the correct serial number that matches the labels on this console is not in here anymore, unfortunately. You can't see that. You can see. Oh no, I can't see that because I'm in the wrong screen. And that needs to be even more out. Now I think it's come out all the way, as she said. And now you see how rubbish this camera is, Bodge. Side hinge, yes, absolutely. I am not brave enough to have the side hinge, nor do I wish to. Right, there, and then we need to put 2 in at the top. Why have I got these left? Uh-oh. Because that... 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, can someone explain to me why I have these screws left over? No? No, okay. Let's put these ones back in anyway. Oh, I know, because I don't have one in there, and that's not the correct one either. Where has the correct screw gone? I ask myself. One in there. Right, I'm going to have to go through to the screws. Because they've done a runner. Into the 3DS screws. Here we go. Squint. If I squint, it's fine. Don't you mean if you squint, it's mint? Somewhere in here. And amongst this mischief. Oh! I just flicked back in there again. Yeah, not that one, that's for sure. What is that from? No idea what that's from. It's a bit rubbish though, it's going in the bin. That one. There you go. Thunderbutt. That was funny though, MK. Your face. It was just a picture. Shall I write this out? Did they hear that? Did they not hear it? Oh, okay. Just nonchalance. Put the top screw in. There. Am I missing any others? That one there, well, I've got a few screws loose, but other than that, this, and this are all in. Now I can't put the back panel on now until I've made the labels, and I'm not going to bore you with that, because they aren't relevant, unfortunately, after having done all that. So I need to put these buffers on. Where's my IPA? Yeah, it really was a picture, yeah. Nobody heard that, did they? No. Oh, okay. Maybe they did. It gave us all a laugh though, MK. Made us all giggle. Lifted our days and your trousers, but...
Boys will be boys.
I suppose the take home from that is that the microphone's really good. Come along, get off of my... No, that's not where you're supposed to be. The dog is squeaking down my feet, but down my... The dog is squeaking down by my feet again. Now, are you going to behave yourself, or are you not? Don't think it is. I need to get some adhesion promoter as advertised on Aliexpress. And then I need to find out where the heck I've put the other buffer. Because I can't find it. Oh, there you go. There it is. Like so. So they go back in there. Oh, but MK, you have to spell the name first. Adhesion promoter. Oh yes, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I quite agree with that. Okay, so do you know what? I'll put the back cover on just for now. And like so. Press it down. Make sure the SD card's okay. It is. Stylus back in. And no, that's not a screwdriver, Chaz. That is in fact a scalpel. And then we'll put the back cover on. Yeah. And then I'll ask myself why Delilah, what are you doing? There you go. Okay, back cover's on. Now I've got to take this label off as well because it no longer reflects the correct board. Like so. We'll stick that on the other PCB board. PCB! Now, start it back up again. Later, MK, thank you for sticking around. I know it's not been exciting, but thank you. Left. Okay. Left. There you go. So that's left shoulder button, D-pad down and select. Then brings up the Rosalina menu. Come on, Shaz. Come on, you can do this. It's just simple. And you want to go down to miscellaneous settings, a dump DSP firmware. Okay, come back out of that, system information, actually come back out of there. So now we are going to go console off, power off, press start again, start up, it's God mode. I suppose we will set it, okay, go on, just so you don't keep going on. 26. Okay, it's the 5th. And it is the 18th. And the time is 15. Does it just go down to 0 or does it go past it? No, it doesn't. Well, well. Come along. Because it's going to be changed by the time you get there. A to continue. And then we want to go to here. And then we want to go down to system info. At which point it'll then give you the information for the motherboard, serial number, etc, etc. Now, where did I put that bit of paper I had earlier on? Underneath here, I think it was. So I'm going to write that down so that when I get around to creating the label for it, I'll have the correct number. Okay, SUH 10008127 Region United Kingdom, Europe. System assembly date was the 18th of the 7th 2012. Okay, and we can come out of that now and come out of that, come out of that, B cancel, and then we just want to home for home and D and start reboot. Okay. Green bag icon. That green bag icon is for only installing backups of the games that you legally own. As you can see, so if you own a game and you want to back it up, you can do so. And that, I think, apart from the label creation, and I'm not going to do that here because it's so fiddly and long-winded, but I like to have the correct serial number and labels on, so I tend to do that. Concludes changing the hinge panel in a roundabout fashion. Don't forget, by the way, that I still have to put these plastic covers over the screws, but I've got to search through my bits and pieces to find some spare ones. But that is the only bit that I have left out. So we now have a replacement hinge panel without the cracks complete, and all okay. I hope that helped some of you. I hope it didn't bore the backside off of you in places, and I'm sorry if it did. And if I find out what was wrong with the other board, I will let you know. I hope you all enjoyed it or got something out of it, and learned just how much of a pain in the backside it can be sometimes. But yeah, it's not actually the bad. As I say, doing the hinge part of it, I didn't find that painful. It was getting to the board, and especially when the board was a known entity, it was supposed to work properly, and in fact did show the bottom screen when we rebooted it, but not the top screen. So I'm sure there's got to be a short and a connector or something somewhere. Luckily I had the spare board, which got me over that. And yeah, I'm going to say goodbye for now. Don't forget to like and subscribe, as Rossi says, if you enjoyed it. If you didn't enjoy it, please don't tell everyone else. And thank you very much for now. I'll catch you all on someone else's stream or in Discord. Thank you very much, people. Much enjoyed. Cheers. Thank you for making it easier. And I'll catch you all later.